videos are for educational purposes only. I'm not selling anything or promoting the sale of vape products on this channel. You must be of legal vaping age 18 to 21, depending on where you are in the world, to view this video. Sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the content.
How are we doing today, guys? Thanks for joining this week's episode of the Retro Vapes and Builds. How are we all doing, guys? Thanks for joining. Excuse me. Can you hear me? How's my hair? How am I looking? Everybody all right? Let's see who's in chat today. How's everybody? Thanks for joining. Episode 43, I believe. Still going. Still going. Thank you all for being here, everybody that's here. So let's give a quick shout out to everybody that's here. Mr. Intense, thanks for joining, my brother. Appreciate it. Mike Frost, the Snowman, thanks for joining, my brother. Lee Swetnam, thanks for joining. Mickey 3D, thanks for joining, my brother. Alex RDA, thanks for joining, my brother. Did say hello to Lee Swetnam, yeah. And I think that's it for now. Who's in? Thanks for joining, guys. How's everybody's week been? What you're vaping on? What you're drinking on and stuff like that. I'm just checking here to make sure I haven't forgotten anybody, which I don't think I haven't. If I haven't said hello to you or given you a shout out, just do that and I will give you a shout out in the comments. Right. Make sure everything here is going as it should, which I think it is, if this stops messing about. There we are. So far so good. Right, guys, let me just move my MacBook out the way. How's everybody doing? There we are. So guys, how's everybody doing today? So guys, buffets, what we vaping on. I'm not unprepared, but you know, just seems that today's gone quick for me today. So anyway, making sure, keep an eye on. We're looking at two screens as well here, so if I veer off, not trying to be rude, guys, just making sure. Anyway, guys, I'll show you my buffet that I've currently got. So I'm still on last week's build, the Mage RDTA. It is on the J-Boat and Wismet RX300. And that's going nice. Now that the coils have embedded in a bit and I've dialed my airflow down exactly how I want it, it's not quite a bad tank, to be fair. I haven't put it down, so it's not bad. It's not great, but it's not completely bad. Let me have a look. Let me get this up. So in this one, I currently just have this Kingston Cola, which is more or less near to the end. So I'm just vaping the rest of that. It's quite been warm here in Yorkshire past couple of days, so I haven't been vaping much dessert juices. I've been vaping more fruit juices. Same build as last week, same wick as last week, and still going strong. Alex, you're vaping on the Arisis and Sidekick. Sounds nice. I think I might have one of your photos in the mix for this evening. Still running the Bonza Mech in single coil mode with the Turnstone RDA on there. Come on, Henry. With the Turnstone RDA on there. Right, let me sort out this jumping in and out. There we are, that's a bit better. Right. So with the Turnstone on there. Same build as I had on last week, which is the 4-core Stags that I've got in here. 5 wraps, 3mm 008s. and that is absolutely kicking ass tonight. Dion, hello, thanks for joining, my brother. Sorry if I missed you, brother. There we are. So, I want it like that. There we are. So in that one, I've still got this one, the Seriously Sushi Raspberry and Tangerine. I've been enjoying that, or me and my missus have been sharing that one at the moment. Like I say, kicking ass. Very nice coils. So that's my buffet for the evening, guys. Where are we? Let's get rid of that. Right. So I'm not having a drink tonight. It's not that I don't have a drink. I do have a drink. I just don't fancy one tonight. But I will be having something to drink, which is just going to be an energy drink tonight. So, like I say, just not feeling a drink today. So hence why I'm not having one. I'll save it for a different live stream. Just making sure I haven't missed anybody. Everybody's still good. Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Alex. Don't forget to like the video. Welcome to all the new subscribers in the past week as well. I appreciate you all for subscribing as well. Nightbot will be doing its rounds with my Instagram, Facebook, social media, and also buy me a coffee link if you wish to do so. Not obligated to do so, but if you do, it does help the channel out a lot. It all gets pumped back straight back into the channel. So Nightbot will be doing their rounds as well. So today, just got a Relentless energy drink, the white citrus. Recently discovered this particular one. I normally have the normal black Relentless. My favorite energy drink next to Red Bull, but you know, Red Bull's too expensive. I just thought for a change, some nice citrusy stuff might be a bit different. Same cup as I use every week. Let's go in for the pour. So I hope you've all got something nice to drink, guys. So guys, cheers. No alcohol, just an energy drink. Cheers, everybody watching. Hashtag replay crew. Everybody, thanks for joining. That is so refreshing. It's unbelievable. And it's nice and cold as well because it's been in the freezer. So, what shall I pair it with? Let's pair it with the tangerine and raspberry and tangerine in the Bonza. Cola, see how it goes. It actually goes well with that. With an energy drink rather than alcohol. So that energy drink brings out the raspberry in that juice, but yeah, very citrusy. Nice energy drink, to be fair. I'm not a Monster guy. Monster's too sweet for me. I don't know how people drink Monster. It's way too sweet. I don't like a sweet energy drink. So just going to blow my nose, guys, as usual. And I'm back. There we are. So anyway, really busy week for me as well this week. Just fulfilling orders and stuff. I've been right busy as well with family life and everything. So yeah, can't complain. Faz's cause is going well, really well. If you've been following my social media, you'll know that I've got an August summer sale on at the moment. Free set of cause for every £20 order you spend and over. You'll get some free coils with that. So check out that, or click on the link that's pinned to the comments, the Faz's WhatsApp group. That's where you can contact me, join the group, stuff like that. We have a right nice little chill out there, as well as behind the scenes stuff that won't make social media, and any updates on Coils or anything, you'll find it in there first before it hits social media. So make sure you follow that group as well. How we doing, Shrek? Thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you. Or dropping in. I appreciate you. Hope you keep you well. So yeah, that one's going pretty well. Make sure I haven't missed anything in chat, which I don't think I have. So yeah, right, let's get on with what we're going to be building on. So another old one, another new purchase that I got this week. If you're in the Fastest Coil group, obviously you probably already know or have an idea of what it is. So I haven't used it since I bought it. Being good, I thought I'll use it in today's live. Just do something different as well. So let me just adjust you guys and swivel you around. I'm working with a single camera setup at the moment, so hopefully soon or sometime next year I will be able to get a dual camera setup or something where I can use two cameras that I can switch in between to, back and forth to. So here's one, something very retro, 10 years old. This is the OG Serpent RTA. So by Suck My Mod, Matt from Suck My Mod. You might know him from back in the day as Suck My Mod, or today it's just SMM. So made by Watofo. Serpent on the black, it is a black one. Watofo on the side. I'm not going to show you underneath because there is barcodes, web addresses, and stuff like that on there, but there is a scratch and sniff authenticity on there because this is an authentic one, not a clone. So we'll have a look at this. So 10 years old. So you do get some comp wire in there. I do believe it's some tiger wire or such. You get two of them in there. Warning card or a little quick guidance guide there. Quick look guide, or whichever one you want to put. Yeah, not that is true, Shrek. It does fly by, especially when you're busy and stuff, like I have been. So there we are, just a quick start guide. So you do get your bag of spares, tri-tool in there, trying to do it without the glare. Some spare O-rings, spare post screws, Muji cotton there to get you going. So that's basically what is in the box. So yeah, this is an old one. I do actually remember this one. I can't remember if I did have one of these or not. Yeah, that is true, Shrek. Yeah, collaboration with Watto for a map from Suck My Mod. So there we are. So let's get it out. That's basically what's in there. Get rid of all that. So this was actually a good RTA back in the day. So I'm thinking what it would be with a nice modern coil. So there we are underneath. Watofo, Serpent, serial number just there. 22 millimeters in diameter. I don't know what it is in height. Do I have my calipers to hand? I know I've got some calipers somewhere. Just give us a second. So it's 22 millimeters in height. So without the drip tip, you're looking at 51 millimeters. and looks like 62 or just over 62 with the drip tip. 510 drip tip. This does have juice flow control, airflow ring, old style airflow ring with no stopper, so it just spins all the way around like that. But you do have dual airflow just there, same on that side, same on that side. So yeah, Shrek, this is the OG one, or the very first one, the 22mm one. This is 10 years old. So it's a single coil RTA. Does have juice flow and top fill as well. 510 drip tip just there, black one. So you can use your own drip tip in there if you want. So I know it's hard to see, but can you see that there's like a little collar just here at the top that says Watofo? That is your juice flow to adjust your juice flow. So I know you can't probably see very clearly, but can you see this part here, the chimney? This unscrews your chimney up to adjust your juice flow. So this is open it. You see how that gap there is getting a bit bigger, and then as I screw down, the chimney gets lower to close down that airflow, that juice flow. And that's all the way closed, just like that. So between the top collar and this little step here is your top fill. Oh, so straight, you're talking about the 24mm one, right? Okay. So once you do that, there are your top fill just there. 2 kidney size holes just there. So when you're putting your top cap on, you do have to hold this juice flow on there, and that's your top fill just there. Nice wide bore tip just there. So that is 5mm. Sorry, 6mm in diameter at the top, and tapers down to 5mm at the bottom just there. So let's remove the deck. This is hard to get off. So this is a single coil RTA. Very, very different to what I've seen before. So there we are. So a nice little single coil banger just there, with juice flow holes there, or juice wells just there. Single coil RTA. Let me just get you in a little bit closer, or try and get you in a little bit closer. So that is the deck wide open just there. Stop shaking. Just there. Dual post holes that are offset just like that. So they're not parallel, they're offset. So what they want to do there is your coil wants to sit just at a diagonal level. So let me get a coiling rod. So yeah, your coil will sit like that in the deck, and will correspond with those post holes just there. And then you just lay your wicks at the top. You don't want to stuff them down in there. You just want to lay them just on the top, just there, on both sides, just for the juice to obviously feed up just there. And stop hitting the camera. And there's a little close-up of the airflow. So like I say, dual airflow, same on each side, and same old school vibe. There's no stopper, it just spins and spins and spins on there. But they did think of that with Tofu and Matt. They have got this knurling at the top, at the bottom there, that you can grip onto to pop into there, and then that just slides into there like that. If I can get it straight in there, slides in like that and shuts up like that. So that's what we're building on. So single coil is, like I said, is what I'm going to do on here. I'm going to do a restricted direct lung. So I'm thinking a triple core staggered fuse Clapton using 30 gauge and 40 gauge. Think about a 5 wrap, 3mm should work nice, and this is plenty of airflow in there. And I do believe it's about 4 to 4.5 mils of juice capacity as well. You can't take it apart, so once you've taken your deck off and your top fill off, that's the tank. The chimney does not come out or does not release as far as I know. But yeah, it has been cleaned. I did run it through some water and stuff and just dry cleaned it. That's probably why the glass is a bit weird in there. So yeah, this is an old RTA, good 10 years old. So yeah, don't know if I've seen another. I don't think I have seen another RTA with offset post holes like that. But yeah, these are when these small little flavor bangers like this one, I think what else, there was a Delta tank as well, and oh, what was the other one? There's quite a few little flavor bangers back in the day. But yeah, this was a little cheap thing that I got. If you know, you know. But yeah, that's what we're going to be building on. So like I say, I want to do a 3-core staggered fuse Clapton using 30 gauge and 40 gauge, fused together with 40 gauge. I think it'll go nicely in there. About 3mm, 5 wraps with the offset legs. I think should work pretty good, to be fair. Will be nice. So hopefully you'll be able to see absolutely everything that I do as well, because I won't be doing such a bigger piece of wire for a single coil, so you might be able to see a little bit better. So let me get you adjusted to where you need to be. So yeah, let's say about there. When I need to get you in close, I will get you in close, guys. But I'm just using just normal everyday stuff that hopefully you can obtain. I don't use anything fancy like a big rail system or anything. I use a drill, some swivels, and that's how I make my coils. So if you have any questions about what I'm using or why I'm using it, just ask questions and I'm happy to answer. How we doing, Jem? Thanks for joining. So we'll go through what I'm doing, but I'm not going to go into massive detail. So I do use a little table that I did cut down because I like my build to be about eye's length, just like that. I did used to use a Daedalus Pro drill, but since I've started selling coils and stuff like that, I've needed a drill that can pick up a bit of speed. So I do use a proper drill now, a corded drill, not a cordless drill. Not messing around with a cordless drill and all that. Corded one should last forever if I look after it. Using my flat chuck as well that I got from France, Handy Coil Factory, in case anybody is wondering. That's what I use. I am going to be using my binoculars. Just helps me see a lot better on what I'm doing. So my swivel setup. No, so I'm jumping the gun. So to keep this all intact, I use a couple of clamps. Cheap enough. I did get this particular one, I think, from Screwfix, but I think is it Aldi or Lidl do 2 for about £6, and heavy duty metal ones as well. So I use one that I use to attach to my bench. I'll do it that way so I don't have the handle in the way when I want to activate it. So yeah, so I put one there, and then to keep this front bit from wobbling, which it will do eventually with me putting pressure on it, I use another one where I just clamp this to this little table just here, not to the bench. And then what that does is make sure nothing moves at all. There we are. So now getting onto the swivels. Yeah, that is a bargain. So swivel setup, I'm using something simple, a desk vise, piece of wood, some swivels on a hook. Don't cheap out on your swivels, guys. Use good swivels, ball bearing swivels. These are Cedra dual rotating ball bearing swivels. Use ball bearing swivels because other ones will just fail after your first build. But these ones rotate each side of the eye, and they're really heavy duty and haven't failed me yet. So if you got a swivel set up, never use one on their own. Use a couple, 2 or 3. Then if one fails, the other one picks up the slack. And then that's just on a hook like that on a piece of wood that I've got mounted to there. Plain and simple. Fairly easy stuff to obtain, just like that. This is obviously special order from France. So if you want something like that, that's all right. So let me get a few tools, which I'll need some cutters, some pliers. I will eventually need some tweezers. So I'm just going to knock out what I had in here, or left in here. There we are, from a previous build. Right, so like I say, I'm going to be using, doing a triple staggered fuse Clapton, 3-core staggered fuse Clapton, using 30 gauge cores and 40 gauge staggered and then fused together with 40 gauge. So doing a single coil, so I don't need much wire, but I am gonna have extra wire for chuck, swivel and everything, because it's going to be put in twice and is going to be trimmed down as well. So I do want extra just to make sure. It's better to have extra and not need it than need it and not have it. So 30 gauge NI80 from Stealth Vape, really nice wire, nice decent wire. So I've got 30 gauge just here. So I want about 3 pieces, say about 18 centimeters. Shouldn't need more than that, really. Don't you dare unspool. So I'm just going to grab it, measure it roughly. I'm going to give it a little tug just to straighten it out. You don't need to pull really tight. You just need to feel a bit of resistance from it, and then it'll straighten out. And plus I want extra as well for getting everything level and flush. So there's one. So I haven't got anything prepared, so you will have to sit me end up sitting through 3 pieces of me doing staggering. But like I say, it's only 1 coil, so it shouldn't take too long. I will show you everything I'm doing with the first one, and then the second and third one I'll just get on with it, making sure I'm not missing any comments. You need some to for your devil horns to match your hat. Mr. Intense posting some links as well. Don't forget to go join those links as well. Other YouTubers, other accounts as well on social media. Go follow them as well. Always give them a shout out. Go show them some love. Don't cost you anything as well, just to subscribe. So I've got 3 pieces of my 30 gauge just there. So I do have just slightly extra, so I'm just going to make them all level. And then at this side, which had the weird ends that I held with the pliers, I'm just going to cut off flush like that. So I want to put a little bend in here just for the chucks. So I'm just going to put like a little L shape in this end like that. And then I'm also going to do the same on the other end. I'm going to do a little L this end for the swivels, just so when it comes to taking them off, that I should have, or snipping them at the swivel, I should have more or less the same length of wire as well. So I'll put an L in both sides. So let's mount the first wire and get a stagger going. Like I said, I will get you in close, guys, when I need you to get in close so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm going to grab 1 piece of 30 gauge just like that. Like I say, it has got an L in there, and that will help just for mounting the wire and stuff in the chuck when it comes to doing the stagger. It does have teeth and a center point in there. So with the swivel, obviously normally you don't see this because I'm doing a longer piece, but hook that into your swivel like that, and then just fold it round and lock it in like that. So that will be locked in. Pull your swivel and vice out so you get a nice decent tension on there. So you want it to have tension but a little bit of give just there like that. Make sure that your swivels spin, which they do, like that, which they do. And like I say, if you've got more than one, if one fails, the other one will still start spinning. So for instance, if I do that and I do that, still goes. I can even hold that and it'll still go. So yeah, just make sure that your swivels spin. I'm just going to check the length on this, which is not too bad. I'm doing one coil, so I shouldn't need too much. Have a quick vape. So to create the stagger, you need a piece of wire to obviously make your spacing in here equal spacing. So whatever you're going to fuse all your wires together, you want the same wire to do your spacing. So I'm using 40 gauge for the stagger and then the final wrap. So I'll need a piece of 40 gauge to make the spacing to equal spacing, if you understand what I mean. Different ways of doing it. I do it where I get a piece of wire and I wrap it round a couple of times and hang something off it. There's other ways you can do it by using certain devices and tools to give you that stagger. You can use the button method, which I have used in the past on some of my earlier live streams. You can use a button if you want and just put one loop round. Can be fiddly, but it works for some. This way it just works for me, and that's basically the way I've done it. I've done it every which way, and it can go wrong. This way that I do it, where I wrap it around a couple of times, you don't have that problem of it might jump in on a single wire. So you do get that nice even spacing just there. So I hope I haven't lost you just there. You're all having a good chat there. That's good to see. Right, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put you here just like that so you can see what I'm doing. And then when I need to get you in close, I will get you in a lot closer. So I'm using 40 gauge NI80 as well. So what I usually do, each time I do a spacing, because I end up losing the wire, I do it each time. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull a little bit of wire out just like that, a piece like that. This is the wire that I'm going to use for my spacing. So I'm going to just snip that wire and just leave it there dangling. So now what I want to do is I'm going to mount my wire, do a couple of wraps, and then I'm going to tilt my wire so it creates a few little spacings, which is what I'm going to do, but I will get you in close so you can see what I've done, and then I'll show you how I do my wire bit here to create the spacing as well. So this is not an alien, so whichever direction you're comfortable wrapping your coils, just do it all the same direction. I like to wrap over the top, so I will be doing it wrapping over the top. The reason why I don't use clockwise and anti-clockwise is depending on which side you got your drill, it can be the opposite way around. So I'm left-handed, or my dominant hand is left-handed, so I use my left hand, so my drill's on my right, not on my left. So I'm going to use the L tail that's sticking out the chuck just to mount my wire. This just makes it easy just to lock in my wire like that. So this bit I'm just going to do by hand, but I will get you in close so you can see what I'm doing or see what I've done. So I do use a drip tip just so it slides through the spool a lot better. So me, because I'm always doing aliens, I've gone and thread it through from underneath like I'm doing an alien. So make sure you got your drill in the right direction. So I'm just going to do a few wraps just to lock it in, and then I'm just going to, as you can see here, I'm at a 90-degree angle. I'm just going to pull it slightly just to create a bit of spacing like that, just a few, just so I can get this piece of wire in those spacings. So I will get you in close now so you can see what I've done. I'm just going to get my wire rested in these pliers just here. So let me put my camera there. Right. So I'm just going to manual focus here. Come on. And then you should be able to see what I've done here. So there we are. So it's not clear, or will it work if I do this? Right, will it work if I do it with this lens? There we are. Perfect. So just with that close-up lens there, as you can see, I've done sort of like a little Clapton to begin with, and then I've just created a stagger just there. So now what I'm going to do is, with this spare piece of wire that I've got here, come on. So what I'm going to do now with this piece of staggered wire is I'm going to... Deadno, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you. Sorry I missed you. Thanks for joining. So like I say, you've seen in there just what I'm doing. I am going to zoom you out just to give me just a little bit more space, and you can actually see what I'm doing. So as you can see with that close up, I have created a little bit of stagger just to begin with, just loose stagger, so I can mount this piece here to create that stagger going across while I'm Claptoning. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab this piece of wire as evenly as I can, more or less. So now all I'm going to do is I'm going to thread this wire in between that first wrap, keep it nice and tight, making sure that I'm not knocking anything. So I'm wrapping it around once and twice and 3 times, and the reason why I want to do that without messing this up, and the reason why I want to do that is I want to make sure that I've got at least a couple of wraps so that single wrap does not jump in any way. So I don't want it to jump. So at this end, all I'm doing is basically just locking it off so I can hang my weight from it just to keep those staggers in place, or this piece of wire that's creating the stagger in place. So I'm going to go for a double twist just there, just for a bit of extra strength. Don't forget it is 40 gauge, so it is a very thin wire. So I'm just going to create the loop just there. And what I always use for my staggers are basically this, that I use to hang a weight from. So I'm just going to make that nice and taut, and I'm just going to let that hang just like that. So I'm just going to make sure that is in place. I'm just going to change my lens. So I've got a better up closey look of what I'm doing. Sorry if I miss any of your comments, guys. Yes, I've seen Arthur's button trick, Big Jam. So, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to reverse my drill just slightly. Just back a bit like that. Then I'm going to pull. Just like that. So, can I get you guys in nice and close? So, see if I can get you focused in nicely so you can see what I'm doing. Go. There we are. So all I'm going to do with this now is I'm just going to make sure this is nice and tight, and then I'm just going to slowly see if I get those nice even spacings on there. I'm hoping I get those nice even spacings. So let's see how this goes. So not making a space, or have I messed it up? I think it's just my eyes. That looks all right to me. It's nice and level. I don't know if I've done that correctly. Let's have a look. Just need to move you just out of the way just a second. Right. Right, I don't know if I've screwed up here because I cannot see. Where did I put that lens? There we are. Just make sure I've got the right camera. Or the right camera lens, should I say. Can't see if that's making a stagger or if it's not. I don't think that is. Come on, Henry. You're not paying attention. No, I think it's bunched up a bit just there, is it? So there is a stagger there, but it looks as if it's claptoned just there. Let me see if I can recover from this slightly. Nope. Right, so I did mess up, and I put that much pressure on the wire now. It's all fallen apart. So these things can happen, as you can see. Obviously, be careful with these smaller gauge wires as well. So I'm gonna have to start that one again. So yeah, you just got to be careful as well on your tension on your wire as well. I think because I knew I'd messed up, I was leaning on the wire too much. Let me just grab another piece just here. I'm just gonna give it another little tug. Just gonna quickly set up another piece of wire, guys. So like I say, if this does happen when you're doing it, just because of holding too much tension on everything, don't panic, just recover from it. There's nothing you can do. The mistakes will happen, as you can see. So let me just quickly set this up again. So let me get that off. Come on. So I'm just going to lock in that piece. Try again. There we are. Let's try again. So like I say, if you go wrong, no problem. Everybody goes wrong. It's just one of those things. Just get back on that horse and keep going. Nothing you can do is just learn from your mistakes, really. So I'm going to pull out another little piece of wire. For my spacing. Come on, wire. lock in this wire again. And it's probably doing this because obviously I'm doing it for a camera as well. So again, like I did before, just going to do, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do a couple of wraps. Like that. And then I'm going to create some spacing just there. See if I can do this a lot better than what I did before. So I've gone around a couple of times just there again. Want to lock off the end just so my weight doesn't fall off when I attach it. The time I should have probably done some preparation, I didn't do it. So going for a double just there, a double twist. That's perfect. Come on. Sorry guys, I'm struggling to get this old wire off this. No, come on. Come on. There we go. So again, I'm going to hang something down off it. I'm not going to reverse this time. Normally I reverse and it works. So, but I am just going to scrunch that together a bit. So let's try again. So what I'm doing is I'm not holding my spool 90-degree angle. I'm sort of like tilting it slightly towards the drill, just to get those spacings nice. Nice and even and straight. I'm going to keep checking as well. I can tell just by not zooming in that there's spacing evenly there. So I'm going to go, I'm just going to keep stopping just to make sure everything seems okay, which it does. Stop and check. Give that a little tug if you have to. So I'm not holding the spool too tight. I'm holding it just right. So the reason why it's wiggling around a lot is because I didn't put it dead on center in that flat chuck. So it is wobbling a bit. So I'm just going to give that a little bit of a tug. Taking a look. Got some nice spacing there. I'm not running my fingers, I'm just making sure that there's spacing there, which there is. Carry on. Keep looking at that, yeah. So just like doing a decal for Alien, you want just slightly more because you are going to get a bit of a spring back. So that should be more or less good. It's a long journey, guys, but we'll get there. So yeah, I'd say that's more than enough. So let me just quickly measure this, so I know roughly where to go for my next two that I'm going to do. Unfortunately, you guys are going to have to sit through. So when you cut it, it did have a bit of a spring back. That's where it stopped. This is where the wire is hanging just here, and that's where it sprung back. Now this is a lot of a finer wire. This is. I'll try and get you a close up with the lens. So I'm just going to cut that off because I won't need it. Right, where's that lens? So as you can see there, some nice even spacing just there. So we've got some nice even spacing just there for that one, and I just have to do another two, guys. So I'm sorry I messed up the first one. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to zoom you guys out. I'm going to do exactly the same with the other two pieces of wire. So what you want to do now is be very, very gentle with this wire. You don't want to move or adjust that spacing for that wire. So very carefully, I'm just going to put it there and then on to the next one. Same process as what I've just shown you close up, which, like I said, I'm not going to do in this one. I'm just going to get on with it. But same process 3 times, and then we'll get to setting the 3 cores up. And fusing them together. So boom, pull that and lock that in. Let's give this a quick measure. So, like I say, I will talk through what I'm doing. I'm just not going to get you up nice and close. So another piece of wire for my spacing. So I'm mounting my 40 gauge to the L on the side. So I can now start creating my stagger. for the second one. And preparation is key and very important when doing staggards, especially with doing it with such a thin wire like this. It can be very, very intricate with what you're doing, so take your time. There isn't any rush. It's not about rushing, it's about taking your time and achieving that goal, or that final goal, which for me is triple staggered fuse Clapton. So I've just placed that wire behind the first wrap and then wrapped it again 3 times, just so I don't have any problems hopefully jumping if you do it. So obviously it jumped and wasn't creating a good spacing. So like I say, even doing the stagger, you've got to, preparation is important. So I'm just locking that in. I always do a double twist, especially when you're hanging a weight down off your wire as thin as this. This is 40 gauge, so with 38 or even 36 gauge, but 40 gauge definitely is a right thin wire, and it also can be stretched right easily as well if you're too heavy with it, and you don't want that, and you don't want it catching like this has. So make sure it's hanging nicely, which it is. And again, I'm not holding it 90-degree angle, I'm just a tilt towards the drill, not too far, just so that those spacings are nice and straight for the final wrap. Perfect. Right, and that didn't work either. Haha. Think I went just maybe a bit too quick just there. So again, I've messed up, guys. I do apologize. I'm not taking my time. I'm not even using the right stuff to do the right stuff. There we are. So again, let's get a piece of wire for the spacing. So sorry guys, I'm not keeping an eye on chat as well. I do appreciate you all. Things are messing up. But I am using thinner gauge wire than what I'm used to. But I'm not going to give up. No way. See, I went too fast there and the wire broke. The wire broke, especially because I was doing it fast as well. There's that piece of wire. Don't lose that piece of wire. There we are. And again, I want to just lay it behind that first wrap. See, I can't see this wire. Lie it between the first wrap. Wrap once, wrap twice, wrap three. I'm going to do an extra wrap, wrap 4. See if that helps a bit. And again, like I did before, I'm just going to lock it off. This is only happening, guys, because I'm on camera. So, boom. So, lock that off again. Try not to mess it up again. So, mistake on number 1, mistake on number 2. So again, just hang your weight from there. Make sure that's nice and tight. Make sure I'm not holding my spool tight, and try again. Why does it keeps on breaking? And again, guys, it's messed up on me again. This one's not working out, guys. We could be here forever. Just let me move that across. Is there a reason why that's doing that? Is that locked down? Right. Let's try this again, guys. Like I say, a very difficult build. It is a difficult build. You just got to take your time, which I, for some reason, am not. Let's try that. It's probably me. I'm probably doing my drill too fast. That's not going to work, is it? I'm going to use just some scissors there because I've gone and use my cutters. So again, I'm just unwrapping the wire behind the first wrap, and I've just messed up again. Right, let's have a look at this now. And I've gone and dropped my 40 gauge, and hopefully I'm going to be able to recover from that. I'm hoping I can recover from that, because if not, I'm going to have issues. So that's... Sorry guys, I'm not talking. I am here. I'm just trying to sort my wire out that just fell off the table, which is what I didn't want it to do. And I'm just making sure that there's no kinks or I'm going to get imperfections in the build. And hopefully that wire just there hasn't shifted, hopefully. I'll just have a quick look if I pull on it. So I might be good, guys. Let's make sure I've got this straight. So there's plenty of mess ups in this. People can encounter this if they're starting to make thingies. If I were using a thicker gauge wire, even 38 gauge, I'd probably do a lot better than what I'm doing now. But we'll get there. I'm not going to give up. This is how it goes with coil building. It doesn't always go right straight away, and it definitely doesn't do it perfect every time when you're doing it on camera either. So I'm going to do it again, but I'm going to do it slower. See if that helps get me where I need to be before this ends up being like 5 hours. So where did my thingy go? Did I drop that as well? I did, didn't I? Where did that go? That went there. Perfect. I was able to find it straight away. Right, let's try again, guys. I appreciate you all. Thanks for being here. I know it's probably boring now. So I'm going to go slow. So definitely some spacing in there. Just Just let me tighten this up just a smidgen, and hopefully I won't regret doing that. There we are, just a smidgen. There we are. Right. Just so there's not so much sag in there. So there is space in there. I'm not going to go too fast because I don't want it breaking again, and then you're having to sit through all that again. So far, so good. You are kidding me. I forgot there was a leftover piece just there that I didn't pull off. See how far we are. You just finished building on the violator, Alex. Oh, well, I'm still on my second core, my brother. So, not ideal. So, there we are. That is the second one finally done. Hopefully the third one will go a bit smoother. And then we'll get going. So, I've got some nice space in there. Can see the spacing. It's nice. Bit of spring back there. So, boom. Finally got there with number 2. Hopefully I won't have to do number 3 twice. And I'll do it just the first time. But we'll see how that goes. So, I want to cut that off there. Release this one now. Oh, boom. So that one's the second one done. Let's get the third one done. Sorry about the first two. Like I say, the thinner the wire, the more slight issues you're gonna encounter with it being a thinner wire. Because it'll snap really easy, like it's happened on this that I'm building now. Just gonna have a quick break, quick vape. It does take time, you're right, Alex. Plus I'm on camera as well, so that doesn't help. Always goes wrong when you're on camera. And I don't know why. It's weird that. Like I say, if you can't be bothered with all that, join the Faz's Coil group. I do sell coils now. I am fulfilling a few orders at the moment, so I've been quite busy. So can't complain. A bit tighter. Come on. I'm going to get this right the first time. Right. Let's get set up again. Round 3, please go more smoother than round 1 and round 2. Get a spacing wire. Get this wire mounted just like the first two. And get it locked in. Plenty of wraps. Then again, like I say, I'm just going to, and then, ouch, create some temporary spacing just there. Get that out of the way, that out of the way, that out of the way. Hopefully I won't knock shit over as well this time. Spacing wire. Get that prepared. So same gauge wire, 40 gauge that I'm doing the stagger with to use the spacing. Get the wire in between that first wrap. One turn, 2 turn, 3 turn, 4 turn, I think that was. Lock it off. And then with a bit of extra wire, do that double twist. Just to lock that in a lot tighter. There we are. Right, let's get going again. Hopefully no issues. It is warm. So far, so good. Nice even spacing as far as I can see. So far so good with this one. So why couldn't the other two just have gone like that? Testing my patience. That's about perfect. So third one went without a hitch. First two didn't want to comply. Just how it goes. Give it a snip. A little bit of a spring back. That's perfect. So we're finally there, guys. All three staggered cores done. 30 gauge staggered with 40 gauge with a 40 gauge spacing in there. Get rid of that. So boom. Don't need the weight for the spacing. So I'm just going to chop that off without touching the staggered part. You've got to be very, very careful with these because you don't want to disrupt the spacing on it. As soon as you start disrupting the spacing, that's when you're going to get inconsistencies with your final wrap. So I'm just going to grab these other two. One just slightly a bit wonky, but not to worry. Right, let me appreciate you all that's still here. That would be too easy, wouldn't it? Yeah, you're right there. So let me get you there so you can roughly see what I'm doing at this stage. So they've still all got the L's on them. I'm going to be chopping two L's off but keeping one on just to mount the wire to create that final wrap. So this is what I'm going to do now. You will see my head in there. But all I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the first one but chop the second one. Chop that L off. And then same with third one. I'm going to chop the L off that one. There we are. So, right, now that I've smashed the wire, so now that I've got them more or less where I want them to be, which is like that, I'm going to put them as close as I can. Now, what I don't want to do is I don't want to slide my fingers down it, because then I'm going to mess up the spacing. So you technically have to grab, let go, move, grab, let go. Don't run your fingers down. It's so easy to do that. I've done it many a times. And then end up messing up my wire. So all I'm going to do is very, very carefully, like I say, I'm not running my finger down it. I'm just pinching, moving. So now that I've got them all parallel, I'm going to open my chuck. So let me zoom you back out. Sorry guys. So let me zoom you back out. So now I'm going to mount that, now that I've got it all hopefully parallel and together. Mount it as center as I can. So boom. So I'm just going to let go. There we are. Didn't run my finger down, I just let go. And now I'm just going to lock that in just there. So I know you can't see what I'm doing, but once I get mounted and everything, I'll get you sorted. But I've got them all parallel just there, mounted in the chuck. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to carefully untwine these and mount them to my swivel. So normally what I would normally do is just mount the middle one and let the two side ones flop. But I'm going to mount all three just to keep all of them steady. So I'm just going to quickly look at the positioning of this. So that one needs to be at the bottom. And that one at the top. So I'm trying to pinch them where it's not touching so I can mount. So I'm not going to pull because I'm probably just on the border of where the spacings are. I'm just going to pop that through there and get that clamped down with causing as less congestion as possible for the wires. Let's keep them all straight. So now that I've got them all mounted, I'm just going to pull this tight and I didn't lock that snap clip. So at this end, just so they're not smashing into each other, I'm just going to pinch this end like that to keep it straight. So if my prep work is done correctly, this should be ready for the final wrap. So let me get you in here. So thanks for being patient, guys. So let me get you there. Hopefully if this doesn't start glitching on me. So that looks like the best I can do for now, unless this will make it better. If this makes it better, I'll leave this on. Oh, this sort of does. So there we are. So let me just move you out the way. So there we are. Let's see if I can get this focus as best as I can again. There we are. So that's the best as I can do. So I'm going to need some nylon pliers like that. Got all my 3 cores set up perfectly just like that. So hopefully if I've got all the spacing correctly, the wires should just fall into place nicely. So let's get ready for the final wrap. Try not to... This is actually going to be very hard to do with that on. I'm going to have to do it this way, guys. I'm going to have to do it this way so I've got plenty of room as well. But I will get you in close. I just need to get going. I'm going to have a quick drink, wet the whistle. This build is taking way too long. Oh, longer than I thought it was going to be. Right, let's fuse them all together. Now I need to really take my time with this one. But like I said, I'm only doing a single coil. So it shouldn't be as long as me doing like a piece if I were doing like 2 coils or a dual coil. But yeah, I'm just mounting my wire on that L like I have been doing. That's why I left one L on, just helps with the mounting process when you've got 3 wires going. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to very, very carefully try and lay the wire and get the first maybe couple of wraps going by hand. And you'll probably be able to see slightly better than me, and I'll probably be looking at the screen as well. But you want to be not holding this very tight. You need to be doing like a couple of wraps, stopping, and then I normally give it a pinch with the nylon pliers. But this part you've got to really take your time. Don't rush. This part is the slow part. So I'm gonna get going with a couple of wraps like that. So now that I've got a couple of wraps done, I'm just gonna pause. I'm gonna grab my nylon pliers and just give it a give it a squeeze like that. And then again, just start off slow. You don't want those folding or collapsing. So I think I've missed something just there. But at this point in time, you're just trying to find your groove. So maybe your first 10 wraps or 15 wraps might not be perfect. You just got to keep an eye on it. So like this now, just be very, very careful and nudge it over if need be. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it by hand. So let's try again. So again, now that I've done so many wraps, I'm just going to pause and just hit it with the nylon pliers. And what this will do is it'll keep everything nice, and it'll also get your wire ready ahead of your time that you're going to be wrapping. So again, just go slow, get going, do a couple of wraps, take your time. Like I say, there's no rush, and you don't want those wires folding over the center wire, so take your time, pause, give it a pinch. Like I say, this is really, really intricate, this particular build, using 40 gauge. So there, I haven't got my angle right. So now that I've messed up just there, I'm just gonna carefully pull that off. Now with 40 gauge, with it being a nice thin wire, you should be able to just pull it and it'll stretch nice and straight again. So I am gonna do it by hand just to get that going and past that wire that I made a mistake with. Make sure I'm going in the right direction. And then once you've done a couple of wraps, pause. It definitely is, it definitely is. I stopped using it ages ago. I haven't used 40 gauge in years. So for those people that sort of like specialize in MTL and RDL coils using these thinner gauge wires, hats off to them, because it isn't so easy. So I want to make sure that my angle is right. So there, I've made a mistake. So I'm just going to quickly pull that off. 40 gauge again, it's easier to correct. Just run your finger down. Let's try again. So this part I'm doing by hand. I'm just twisting my chuck of my drill by hand just to get past that wire. Just to get past that wire. Is that messed up again? Is that on the right track? So very intricate with this thinner gauge wire. Let's try again. So there is a mistake, slight mistake just there. I've made another mistake just there. So I'm not going to let that slide. Just reverse. Winding it on by hand. Giving it a little squeeze of the nylons. So again, I'm doing it by hand. I'm still here, guys. And I'm doing this bit by hand because I want to get it right. And it's either my spacing is incorrect on some of them that messed up on me. That's probably why there's mistakes in there. But hopefully we'll get there. Won't be a complete bust, but it might be a bust. Very thin gauge wire. See that? Because my angle was wrong. And my angle is wrong again. Just pull that down. So again, just give it a quick hit of the nylons just to flatten that out. So as you can see, there is a few mistakes just here. That's unavoidable, probably because of the messing around with the first two cores. Might not have been dead on perfect, but yeah, we will get a coil out of it. It's not that it'll vape rubbish. It's not that it'll vape rubbish. It'll just not look as pretty as it should be. So again, just very gentle. So like that. Stop, give it a pinch, just flattens it out, and then also flattens out what's coming a bit that you're going to be wrapping. But as you can see, there is mistakes there, and there. There we are. Stop, give it a pinch. Let's go again. There we are. Do a little bit, stop. It's a very pain in the ass to use. So hats off, because I know people that use even higher than 42. They use higher than 40 gauge. They use 42 and 43 gauge. I'm like, how the hell do you do that? Now that is some skill. That's way better than mine. And I messed up. So I went over on myself. Like Jem said, 40 gauge just being a pain. It's a good job I wasn't making a dual coil. This is like me making a dual coil. So again, just give it a little hit of that. So. Yeah, pain in the fucking ass. I'm just going to do this by hand just here and then give it a pinch. We will get there, guys. We will eventually get there. Not perfect, but we will get there. I do like a challenge. So again, just there. Another mistake. Just there. Give it a pinch. Jeevan, thanks for joining. Yes, RDL ones, Jeevan, that have been at an absolutely pain in the arse, to be fair. I'm working with 30 gauge and 40 gauge, and it's not the easiest wire to... I'm sorry I keep hitting the camera. It's not the easiest wire to work with. There we are. Give it a pinch. So, boom. So, plenty of mistakes in this build. Again, a mistake. Just there. It's not that it won't vape good. It's just, it's not going to look pretty. Plus, my prep work was not on point. So, it's not the build, it's my prep work as well. Prep work is everything. So, it seems to be doing it by hand just to get some movement, not from the camera that I've just knocked, but just to get going. Give that a pinch. So as you can see there is loads of mistakes just there. Sloppy fuzz, very sloppy. So I'm just doing it by hand, to be fair guys. As soon as I start firing up the drill, it starts messing up even more. So I'm just going to do my best. Just get at least a coil out of this. That's true, Jem. If it vapes, it vapes. It's a good job it's not a customer's coil, let's put it that way. So I'm doing it manually. say, not perfect at all. Yeah, hand wrapping is good too. Definitely, absolute bitch. But again, with the trouble that I had with the first two staggered, I think that's probably why as well. Is a bit of sloppy prep work as well. And like I say, because I'm on camera and I'm doing a live, it's going to mess up, but hey ho, at the end of the day, it's just how it goes sometimes for builders. It's alright to do it wrong. It's alright to make mistakes. Just try it again. Just think next time I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it a lot better than what I've done it now. Give it a pinch. Give it a pinch. Like I said, not perfect. Let's keep going. Oops. Give it a pinch. So it keeps missing one. So it's definitely my sloppy prep work. I know it's that because the way it's just skipping and not just slotting in like it should. Stop, give it a pinch. Appreciate you all that are still in here, guys. I never said anything to you, Siri. Give it a pinch. Thank you, Jem. I appreciate that. Like I said, it's a good job I wasn't making a dual coil flipping it. I don't want that. I don't want to do that. So again, mistake just there. Hit it with some nylon pliers. It probably doesn't help as well that these wires feeding up are a bit twisted as well. Hence why I thought if I'd have securing all of them down would have made a difference. Don't know if this one's going to work out. Is that one? No. So because I've got quite a twist going on, just going to be very, very careful for the next couple of turns, just by hand, just to feed it. Also, me doing it by hand as well, getting it past the wire that I've just undone and sort of like straighten with my finger. But also try and keep this nice and straight where it's feeding up to. And then when I think I've got enough for a coil, I'll stop. Again, I was getting too impatient with the drill and it was buckling and I couldn't bring it back with just a simple pinch of the tweezers. And then just making sure that let's get going again by hand. I mean, we're 2.5 hours in and the coil's not even done yet. So I appreciate you all that's still here, still invested. But yeah, let's get a couple of wraps done and a good pinch. I'm just going to quickly just measure how much wire I've got here. As long as I've got round about, I think about 9 centimeters. It should be good. Which I don't. I'm just at under 8 centimeters, so I'm gonna have to go on just a little bit longer. I'm saying 8, or I'm saying 9 centimeters. Meters. I'm just making sure that I've got plenty. I'd rather have extra and not need it. But this one has become very challenging. And another mistake. Just can I correct that? I give that a little pinch. Bring that back. So again, another little mistake. Just that. Let's carry on. Let's persevere. Even though this is going to be an absolute ugly coil ever. But let's get something done at least. At least give you something like, I mean, as much as I'm disappointed, like I say, it does happen. So if you're just come across this video and you're watching and you're thinking I'm making the same sort of mistakes, just persevere. I mean, I've been doing this a lot longer and even I'm making mistakes, providing that I'm not used to this variant of coil in this gauge wire. But yeah, I appreciate that, Jem. Yeah, true. If I don't try it, I will not know if I can achieve it, which I probably can off camera because I'm on a live. It's just how it goes. And like I say, I'm not used to working with this wire, this gauge wire, in this variant of coil, should I say. But yeah. Like I say, for this old RTA, I thought something nice like this should be nice and tasty for a single coil. And as far as I'm aware, it was the right flavour banger back in the day, but I cannot, for the life of me, I don't think I had one. I think I had the Delta tank. If anybody remembers the Delta tank back then. It's definitely good practice. And like I say, as much as I love a coil coming together, I like it when it goes wrong as well, because it just shows that people that still build and have been doing it a lot longer do make mistakes. So if you're just starting out and you're making mistakes, just persevere. You will get better. You just got to believe in yourself, guys. Okay. So loads of mistakes, as you can see. How much way have I gone now? Oh, I'm nearly there. Just a few more turns and I should have enough for the coil that I want, which is about 9 centimeters of wire, and all being well I'll have extra as well, because I will be doing a 3mm 5 wrap. I will be wrapping it the opposite way round to what I'm comfortable wrapping. I normally wrap clockwise. This coil will be wrapped anti-clockwise just so that they fit into those posts nice and the coil's not slammed down where the airflow is. So I will have to wrap this backwards, so hopefully I will remember when wrapping it that I'm going to be have to wrap it anti-clockwise rather than clockwise, just to make it easier to get into that deck. So keep going. Thanks, Jam. Do a couple of more turns and then I'll check it. I should have enough then to make the coil that I want, which is, like I said, 3mm ID, 5 wraps offset legs for the posts. Like I said, I want to wrap it anti-clockwise so it's not slammed all the way down to that airflow. That is true, Jam. Never to be found again when it gets lost in there. So yeah, not perfect in by any means. Let's have a look. Yeah, I've got enough wire there now, guys, to do the coil that I want to do it, so I'm going to stop there. Oh my god. Very stressful. And like I say, it's alive, so it's not going to go perfect. If I were just chilling out in my room and just thought, oh, I'll try that, doing that coil, it'll be like a lot better. Not saying there won't be no mistakes, but this is just mistakes galore. Where are we? We're there. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use that for scrap wire. What was left there? So we've sort of got a coil, guys. Not my finest work, but anyway, work. Anyway. Oh my god. Anyway, let's have a look. Have a vape. Gaming Vapor, thanks for joining, my brother. Don't have to be sorry, my brother. Today's build has been absolutely horrendous, my brother, I won't lie. It's not my finest work. Let's put it that way. Let's see if I can get some of this twist out. Don't you dare slide off. Yeah, so I've straightened it up the best I can. So like I say, not my bestest work. Plenty of mistakes in there. It's not my finest, nearly 3 hours. But yeah, a coil nevertheless. So that's a triple 30 gauge core with 40 gauge, staggered 3 core fused together. So let's get that off, that's fine. Wow. So anyway, let's get this off, come on. There we are. So, anyway, let me get some stuff out of the way, and I will show you a close-up of this coil. I'm not shy to say that it didn't work out. I just need to work at this one a little bit better, or not be as sloppy with the prep work. Like I said, with the first 2 cores, I messed up so many times, so prep work was probably lousy on that, so I'm partially to blame. But yeah, what lens are we on? So we're on that one. So it's that one there. So there we are. So not perfect at all. Come on, Henry. Henry. Come on, Henry. Don't. Come on, I need to show. There we are. So not perfect by any means. There's plenty of mistakes there. But like I say, sloppy prep work plays a part on my part as well. So, let's get it wrapped. I need to wrap it backwards. You need to wrap it backwards, Faz. Backwards. And I know you're not used to wrapping coils backwards, but it has to be done, mate. Thanks to everybody that's still here, my guys. Thank you, I appreciate you. So can I do that? So I need to wrap it opposite way around to what I'm used to wrapping. So yeah. So instead of having my coil that way, I'm wrapping clockwise. I want to wrap the opposite way around. So I'm going to put my coil behind, so it's wrapped anti-clockwise, which is what I'm not used to doing. So we'll see how this goes. Let me just zoom out because I am definitely probably going to go off camera when I get close. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. So very carefully. Your first wrapping it clockwise is hard enough. Anti-clockwise. See, look, even now, I still went off camera. So I'm trying to keep it nice and tight. One, two, three, four. Right, so it is a... Come on. So it is a... So it is a 5 wrap, but it's going to be installed upside down like that. So it's going to look like a 4 wrap, but it's going to be a 5 wrap with the way I've had to wrap it backwards. So plenty going on just there. So let's get a building. So let me put that away. Appreciate all of you that have stuck with me, and I appreciate you. Mr. Tez. So let's crack this open. So we're finally there. There we are. So that is the deck right there. So let's see what the post holes are. Are the post holes 1.5? No, they're not. That size, which I think they are. They were very, very tight. So it's not that size. No. Is that one more precise? No. It's that one that's probably more precise. Let me try this one. So it wasn't, it was just the tool that was slipping. So this one's a bit more accurate. This is a 1.3 millimeter screwdriver. So yeah, that is the post holes open just like that. Nice and wide open. So like I said, this coil will be on a slant or like diagonal because they're offset. Oh, what am I doing? This mouse is not doing what I want it to do. Thank you. I want to go up here. Don't know if I can get this focusing a bit better. There we are, that's a lot better. See that a lot better, that's a lot better. So as you can see, they're open. So the coil is going to sit sort of like that on a slant like that. So that's a little bit better. So the way you're going to have to install this coil is a bit weird because you're going to have to put one leg in and then you're going to have to chop it down and then slide the other leg through the other post hole. You can't, there's no leeway to get it in both with these legs. So yeah, that fits in. So what you need to do is you need to slam your coil all the way up to this end here like that, and then measure this coil just there like that, which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give it a little bit extra just so I can finagle it in there a little bit. And I rather have more and need it. So I'm just going to chop it off just there like that, and you didn't even see that. So as you can see there, I've had to chop that one down so I can finagle it through there. So what I'm going to do is, so now that I've chopped that leg down to about just beyond that, sorry about that guys, that doesn't look good. So boom. So what I'm going to do is very carefully slide that in there like that. So as you can see, I have got a bit sticking out there, which is what I wanted. So I'm going to tighten that down, or I'm going to roughly tighten it down. I'm just going to get it into place. So I'm going to just lock that in basically, and then same with that. I'm just going to push that in, and then again just lock it down like that. Perfect. So I'm assuming with this serpent the post holes were like they were back in the day where they're hollow, so you've got to be careful how tight you tighten these down. So now that I've got that sort of in place now, I'm just going to remove that tension slightly and get it into place, or where I want it to be. I want to lift it up just slightly. So, sorry I was out of camera there, guys. Here we are. So, just come on, Henry. Henry. There we are. So, I've got it there. It is a 5 wrap, but I have to put it upside down. So if I just put it to the side there, you can see how low it is. So that's why I had to wrap it backwards. So it was belly up like that. So I cut it down, but I was able to slide it in slightly so it came out the other end, which is what it did there. I have sort of like taken the tension out a bit just so it's diagonal there, so where the juice well is going to be. It's not going to be tucked inside that juice well. It's just going to be sitting on top of that ledge there for the juice to feed up. So there we are. So like I say, not the most perfect build this week. Come on, Henry. Can you get in a bit closer, Henry? So there we are. So plenty of mistakes. Triple 30 gauge wrapped in 40 gauge, fused together with 40 gauge. Well, I'm hoping so, Mr. Intense, but we will see. So now that I've got everything in place, I will just, and I've been manipulating these old ones. You needed to double check your post holes to make sure that they were nice and tight. I'm just going to make sure this is a nice distance away from the airflow, like that, so it's not touching. I have tightened these down, so I'm just going to now clip the leads. Come on. So let's clip these leads. So I want to clip them nice and flush. So I'm just getting a bite on them. Like that. And that should be good. So that's nice and flush. So that's nice and flush on that side. So I'm going to do the same with this side. So I'm just sort of like cutting it in with the end of it, or sort of like scoring it, or scoring the coil just for that final, and it's nice and flush, just like that. So we finally got there, guys. We're getting there, we're getting there. Thanks for everybody that is jumped back in. Have a 2 on the bonds on the turnstone. Now in this one I've got a 26 gauge 4-core stag in this one. A lot easier with a thicker gauge wire. Right, so I know this isn't on, so I'm going to turn it on. Make sure the mod is zeroed out. So this is just my beta mod or my build mod, drag 2. Used this one a lot back in the day, so it was my beta mod. So, is this a new coil? Yes. So, at the moment, it is resting at a 0.34. I'm not going to fire it, obviously, at 65 watts. So I'm going to turn that down to about 20 to begin with. So 0.34 as it is now. Let's see what it's like after some firing and pinching and all that. So 20 watts. Let's get going. So I'm going to introduce some heat. I mean, was it easy for me to build on this deck? Yes, it was easy for me. Could it be newbie friendly? Yeah. Why not? Yeah. It's a fairly easy deck to build on. I mean, I don't know about the wicking, if people will get the wicking, because this is how it was back in the day. Like I say, this is a 10-year-old RTA, this one. So, yeah. I won't be feeding my wicks down into there. I'll be just laying them on top. But, yeah. Anyway, let's introduce some heat. And hopefully I will stay in camera view. So we're slowly heating up. And, oh. Why does that happen? Right. So that went into a completely different mode there. So let's try again. 20 watts. Introduce some heat slowly. And it would help if I screwed it back on. Rookie mistake. So again, now that I'm back in wattage, for some reason it went over into a different mode. Let me bring it back down to 20 watts. 0.32 because it has had a little bit of messing around in a different mode, but let's try it again. So just introduce a bit of heat to it. I mean, even then, I might even turn it down to about 15 watts. Trying to stay in camera, guys. So I'm trying to look for hot spots, which there is plenty of. Sometimes it helps if you just give them a little pull and separate, which is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to do that now. See if that helps. There we are, which it has. Just giving it a little tug away. So there we are. That's glowing nicely. No hot spots at all. So let me turn it up from 15 watts to 20 watts. That's good. 25 watts. Let's do it up to 30 watts. What I'm doing is I'm trying to just see if any hot spots occur at slightly higher wattage. So just a quick fire just to make sure. That is perfect. So there we are, guys. My light is trying to jump off the wall. So there we are. So let me get you another close-up of this. Will that lens work by any chance? That's this one, isn't it? So there we are, guys. Here's a bit of close-up action. So I've got the lens on, so what I'm going to do is I've let it cool down. I'm going to zero out my mod to get a final reading. Is this a new coil? Yes. So this has come out as a 0.41. So I'm just going to turn it down to 20 watts. I'll try and get you in close so you can see. So that's final resistance 0.41 for that coil. So I'm going to just put it at 20 watts so you can get some close up of the coil. So there we are. Let's give it a quick fire. There we are. So not a perfect coil, but still heating up nicely with no hot spots. That's at 20 watts. So there we are. So I'm going to let that cool down. I'm just going to pop and go grab another drink, guys. Another energy drink. So I'm just going to have a quick break and just talk amongst yourselves while I just quickly go get another drink, and then we'll get this wicked up and everything. So I should see you in just a couple of moments, guys. So where are we? Where's the whole screen? There we are.
It gets more than a day. Call sight, flavor on blast, living that vape life, building fast. Maximize, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. The beat magnetic, if you don't choose straight. Refill and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max or knives, we keep it lit. cloud so thick we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. The be back in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max or nods, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick we never quit. Be back in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make.
It's on the right mode. No.
The be back in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make.
Put one off. There we are. Thanks guys for waiting. So just got another one of these citrus relentless. Like I say, it's not like I haven't got an alcoholic drink, just don't feel like having a drink, guys. So just it's warm and everything, and relentless is my favorite energy drink because I'm not a monster drinker, and this is just something different. A white citrus, and it's very citrusy, so it's really nice to have something different. So cheers. That's nice. I have a vape on the Mage RDTA. I don't know, Gems. I think Monster is way too sweet. Or to me, it's right sickly. To me, I don't know why. I know a lot of people drink it. I like more of a not too sweet energy drink, but that's nice for a change of citrusy. Relentless, which is that one there, which is white citrus. Very nice for a change. So now that it's had a right good rest, let's check this final resistance. So yeah, a 0.41 is what it came up to. I'm turning that right down because I don't want to accidentally fire it on something right high. But yeah. Are they the sugar-free ones, Gem? Oh, they're just the normal ones. That's nice. But yeah, on that one, it's really nice. Like I say, now that the coils are embedded a bit, I've got some cola in there. That's right nice. But it's on the RX 300. It's quite nice, and I've dialed in the airflow just a little bit. Got it at 95 watts. But yeah. That's from last week's live, so yeah, still going strong and not too bad. Not great, but not too bad. Hence why I've kept it going. So let's get this wicked up. I'm just using Muji cotton, similar to what they've provided in the box for this. I just like it. It's old school and it works. It's cheap and easy. See a lot of people, no matter what cotton that they use when they're wicking stuff, they do this, which is what I'm doing. So normally when you get a brand new pad, there's a hard layer on both sides, but because I've used a little bit of this before, I've already peeled both sides off. But when you get a brand new one, There's a hard layer. You just want the fluffy duffy stuff on the inside with the Muji cotton. So I'm just going to pull and agitate the fibers just to thin it out like that. The more you thin it out, the better it'll wick, and it does work. I never really used to do this, but since I've started doing it, especially with this cotton, yeah. So you want it nice wafer thin, and it'll help with that wicking. So I'm just going to pull that off there. So just looking at that chamber, there's plenty of room in that chamber for that coil, I would say. But we will find out soon. So now that that's nicely agitated like that, that way, it's that way. So what I'm going to do is very carefully is roll it up. Try not to touch the center part, which is going to be laying inside the coil. I want that to stay nice and fluffy. Spin the end. Let's bring this in and wick. So I'm just going to feed it through there. Now, to be fair, that's a bit too light. So let me just pull a little bit more of this off. Like that. So I'm just going to pull a little bit more of that off like that. And just roll that in there as well. Because that was... So I've just rolled a little bit more over it. Because it was a bit too loose than what I wanted. That's a lot better. There we are. That's a lot better. That's how I want it. Perfect. So yeah, just pulled a little bit more off, then rolled what was already rolled in that. So that was too loose. I didn't want it too loose, but that is still not. That's still not through really, really tight. That was just a bit too loose. So I am going to thin this cotton out just a little bit. Unicorn pube cotton. I don't know, it just works for me and I like it. So yeah, hence why I use it. So just gonna thin that out just slightly on that side, and then do the same. All this is gonna do is help with that wicking when it comes to wicking. And I know this probably is going to be a lot of waste, but you want to be able to dial it in just perfectly. So I'm just going to cut to the edge of the deck like that. And then just test out for size this so more can come off. So I'm going to, there's sort of like a step just here. So I'm going to cut it to about here. So I'm going to go to the next step up and just lean out slightly. Just want to give it a little bit of a haircut. So yeah, once that is juiced up, because it's going to have to be juiced up to be put into place. But yeah, once that's juiced up, I think that'll be perfect. So with this side, I'm going to try and replicate what I did on the opposite side, which is the next step up. Give it a cut with a slight lean out and chop. There we are. And then hopefully I will have the same on this side, which I do. When I turn it in, it's just above that wicking port. Let me get you in close so you can see. So as you can see there, it just sits on top of that ledge, just like that. And then once it's juiced up, I'll be able to manipulate it into place a bit more. But that should be perfect. Just fluff it out a bit. It'll only help with that wicking just by fanning it out. And plus it's going to be juiced as well, so you want to catch that juice as well. So boom, there, like that. Like that. So not the best looking coil, but yeah, nice and fluffy duffy like that. Let's get it juiced up. So the juice that I'm going to use, just let me get rid of some stuff that I don't need here now. Do a bit of housekeeping. Just let me move stuff out of the way that I don't need. Boom. Boom. Perfect. There we are. So the juice that I'm going to use, if you're in the Fuzzers Coil group, you'll know that a couple of weeks ago, I got some VG and PG from Dark Star. But when I say VG and PG, to get ahead of October, I got 5 litres of PG and 10 litres of VG. And some flavour concentrates of my wife's favourite juice from Dark Star, which is lobotomy. Which is this one right here, which I mixed myself, not with a nic shot, with actual nicotine. I bought a litre of 72 milligram nicotine to get ahead of obviously October. Got some concentrate from Dark Star of lobotomy, and done a 250ml bottle for my missus at 5 milligram of nicotine. I'm just going to give it a quick shake. So yeah, that's about a 60-40, that, which I think will be perfect in this tank. And then obviously with the chimney you do have juice flow control. Juice flow control 10 years ago. Wow. But yeah, juice flow control, eh? So let's do that for the juicing. I'm going to put some lobotomy on there. Is there a way that I can get you in close enough where you're not intruding? into my space while I'm doing this dripping action. See if I can get you in. My phone is... Come on. Right, so if I get you in a bit closer, does that help? No. So let me change it to that camera. Move you over. Skid Vapor, thanks for joining, my brother. Hope you're keeping well as well, my brother. So, can I get this to focus correctly? So, no, that's not gonna work. Does this work? So, I'm on the wrong bloody camera. Haha. Nice one, Faz. No, that's not gonna work. Sorry guys, just trying to make it a bit better for you. Anyway, let's go for this one then. Enough messing around. So, boom. I'm gonna drop some juice on the wicks first. Gonna get that going. Cotton super absorbent as well. Let's get some on that coil. Some more. Some more. I'm gonna crank it up. I'm on 10 watts. So there we are. So there we are. So that is all juiced up. That's 30 watts. Got nice vapors just there. So now that we've got juice on these wicks, we want to now just tuck them above those juice wells, and I've over dripped. So I've over dripped on the side just there. So anyway, like I was saying, I need to tuck these so they're just above that juice flow and not in the way of that top cap when it comes down. Same with this one. Plenty of juice there. So I just want that to sit above that. I don't want it in there. I want it out of the way for when that top cap comes out. I don't want it to get caught in that channel when I put the top cap on. So just let me give this a quick wipe here of the excess juice, because there's loads on this mod. But anyway, we'll get that sorted in a second. So let me get you in close so you know what I'm talking about. Come on, Henry. This isn't on the lock, is it? So you see how it's just sitting on top of that channel, tucked away on the side like that, on both sides as well. So hopefully with a bit more, just a bit more finessing, it's just so when you put that top cap on there, it's not going to interfere with your cotton in those threads. You don't want it to interfere with that cotton, and then that juice will feed up those channels to that cotton there. There we are. So boom. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove this, because I know there's probably going to be juice everywhere because I did over drip a bit. So I'll give that just a quick wipe. I'm getting all sticky. So now let's feed the tank, feed the deck to the tank. So I'm just going to very gently position and then screw that on there just like that. So boom, that's on there like that. I'm going to close off the airflow by turning this top collar of the tank just here. This top collar just here. It says serpent, to close the juice flow control off, which makes the chimney go up and down like that. Thanks, Mr. Intense. This is where I got this. So there we are. So that is together. Not that I'm going to be running this with the airflow closed. I'm just going to make sure that on a regulated mod, even though it's going on a regulated mod, I'm just going to make sure that the coil's not touching that chimney, but it's a pretty tall tank. Is this a new coil? Yes. Turn it down. about 25. Has it changed? It's come to a 0.39 now. So so yeah, very airy. So yeah, that's nice. So let's, now that I know that that's not having no interference, 22mm. Just let me grab a wipe. Just to get that juice on there, so I'm not going to have sticky fingers. There we are. So let's fill up this tank. So it's about 4 or 4.5 mils or 4 mils, something like that. So keeping the airflow, where are we? Let me put it there. So keeping this airflow part, you know where I said it said serpent on there? So this bit here, this little section here, is your juice flow for your chimney to go up and down. Make sure that's closed, hold that, and then this step bit just here is your top fill. So holding that top bit just there, keeping the juice flow nice and closed. That is your top fill just there, and your top cap. This is a 510 drip tip, so you can put a different drip tip on there if you wish to do so. You can put a different drip tip on there. That's your top cap. So I think that this nozzle's going to be too big for that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to syringe it. So I do have a syringe, and we'll see how much fits in there, because this is a 5mm syringe. So I'll just fill this syringe up. So got 5mm in the syringe. So I know the full 5mm isn't going to fit in there, but I like that it's got a window on that side, window on that side, so you can see your juice. So let's syringe some juice in there. So yeah, I'd say about 4.5mm or 4mm. Just don't want to overfill it. Put the rest of that back in there. So, oops. I think I went and dropped it down the center. So let me just pop that on there. So I think I've gone and dropped juice down the center, which is supposed to be just down the side when I overfilled it. So I'm just going to try and vape out that juice that's in there. The juice flow is still closed off. Just going to pop it down to about 35 watts. So that's because there's excess juice in there. So I'm trying to vape the excess juice that I've gone and spilt down the center here. So rookie mistake. So I've opened up my juice flow just a little bit. That's a bit better. That's airflow fully open. So I'm still trying to vape most of that juice that I put in the deck through the center. That's better. I just want to clean this tank. So I'm just going to take this off now. So yeah, when I filled it and overfilled it, it went down the center. So yeah, so that's it. Filled up with the juice flow unturned one full turn. dry this off. So anyway, before Juice started pissing out of it, 22mm device, RTA Serpent, 10 years old. It's got to go on a really, really old school. Now I have featured this before. Maybe if you're new, you don't know that I've got one of these mods, but yeah, I've got something from about 10 years ago. So yeah, just let me pop that on there. Got to put it on the Sigelli 150. So this is an OG Sigelli 150. It looks slightly different because it's got a zap wrap. So anybody that's been vaping as long as me might remember zap wraps. It's the only reason why it's out and I use it, because it's got a zap wrap on. But it's brand new. I haven't wrapped it because it's all damaged underneath. No, it is brand new. X display, and I got it really, really cheap, this as well. Because even if you try and find one now, there's still about 50-60 quid if you want one. So yeah, I got this for about half that price because it was an X display. But yes, Sigelli 150 should house that and give that old school look. So yeah, fires down to, I think, is it a 0.1 or a 0.2? I think it's a 0.1, but not under a 0.1. Magnetic door. So yeah, like I say, it's in mint condition, brand new. I hardly use it really. But yeah, I was after one for ages, and somebody at a shop says, look, we've got an X display one, and he goes, they want 30 quid for it. So I said, yeah, I'll come and get it right now. Skelly 150, 30 quid. Yeah. So let's get some batteries. I've got some freshly charged batteries. I've got some Molicel P28s with some ODB booby wraps. No, that's the wrong one. That's a bit better. That's the pair. So the 2 on that. Not a problem gaming vapor, my brother. Yes, it does leave sweating them. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Dead Node. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I have had this years, and I've probably used it no more than 6 times. Probably this is the 5th time I've actually used it and used something on top of it. But yeah. But the only reason why it's out and I use it is because it's got a zap wrap on. Like I say, if you've been vaping as long as I have, 2015, 2016-ish, you had zap wraps for your mods, and you could choose your border on your sides. So I went for a black border because it is a black box mod, and dark carbon brushed titanium on the sides. But yeah, anyway, let's get these batteries in. So yeah, just some Molicel P28s with some ODB booby wraps on there. So let's get this sorted. So it's marked how you should have them. So mine's up there. Spring loaded as well. Copper contacts, top and bottom. Could have done them with a bit of maybe a clean up, but I'm sure that won't thingy. So these were right big in the day, back in the day, and they were expensive as hell. And there's another one, so that goes positive up. So positive up like that, straight in there. Thanks, Dead Node. That's nice, Gaming Vapor. Yeah, squonking. I'm not much of a squonker, but I do like squonking. I've got what? I've got topside single. I've got a pulse squonk mech, and I've even got a right old school single battery drip box. Kangatech drip box, a single battery one, not the double battery one. So there we are, Sigeli. I've even left on the sticker that's on the screen there. So check atomizer. So the only way you could see the screen is if you adjusted the wattage. So let's go there. So as you can see there, you got wattage there, voltage there, resistance of your coil there, and also your battery indicator just there. Yeah, but yeah, proper old school. 0.1 increments and everything on there to go up and down, all the way down to 10 watts, and then all the way up to 150. I'm sure this is the 150 one. Yeah, 150, and then goes up really, really quick. So let me just check because I don't want to miss any comments. Dead known. So I am going to put this up to about 25 watts. I can't remember. I think this Sigeli was this one that was quite accurate. But what it'll do is whatever resistance it is, it'll just round it off. It won't give you like the 0.32. It'll be like a 0.3 or a 0.4. It won't give you the numbers after it. So I can't remember if it was one of the so there we are. Let me move that out. So yeah, there we are. 22 millimeter sits on there nice and flush. Sigeli 150. Let me get that there like that. Let's see what resistance it's showing on here. So it's showing a 0.4 on here. So even if it was maybe a 0.39, it might show just a 0.4. Didn't show you anything else. So 25 watts, 3.3 volts. We've got power. Definitely needs more power on that. So from 25 watts, not going that up that far. I'll go to 30 watts. Maybe a bit higher. I'm just gonna creep up. I'm not gonna go up too high. So 32 watts. Yeah, I think 32 watts should be perfect. 32 watts. Right, let's go to FaceTime and let's have a little chat about it. Thanks for everybody's patience, guys. I know it's been a really, really long one. But yeah, let's see how it goes. So let me just do a little bit of cleaning up. But what I'll do is I'll swivel you guys back around and get you there. Wide angle of my room. There we are. There we are. No lock thing there. Right, so I'm just going to quickly tidy up with stuff that I don't need. So not the most perfect build today. Did have problems straight away with this one. So yeah. Does it vape any different? No, not really. It just doesn't look pretty. And it doesn't look exact or precise. So there we are. We're still going. Mike's still going. Thanks all of you that are still here. So there we are. The Sigeli 150 with a zap wrap, black borders, brushed titanium sides on each side. It is a black mod. We've just got a zap wrap on there, and then on top we've got that Serpent RTA just there, the OG Serpent 22mm single coil banger. I've got it at 32 watts. I know you can't see that screen there, but I've got it at 32 watts. Let's have a toot. So now that I've got that excess juice that I spilt when I overfilled it with the syringe, so I'd say about 4 mil, maybe just slightly over 4 mil fit in there. So this top ring, just here, this top ring here that I'm pointing at with my little finger, is open one turn for the juice flow, which brings the chimney up a bit. And as you can see, there is bubbles there. I don't know if you saw that. There is a bubble just there on each side of that chimney. Is there bubbles on this side? I don't know. There is bubbles creeping about, so it is wicking. And you know what? It's a right little flavour banger, even now. So I don't know if you're talking to me, Gaming Vape, or you're just chatting in the chat, so I do apologise. But yeah, I might even bump it up to 33 watts. So 33 watts, I'm just bumping it up slowly. Seems to be wicking perfectly. No leaking. A restrictive direct lung, which is what I like. I'm not an MTL vapor. The wicking seems to be keeping up. I wonder, I'm just going to open it just a little bit more. Another half a turn, the juice flow. So as you can see, that little gap just there in the chimney there at the bottom is the chimney rising to increase that juice flow. Yeah, definitely. Here, let me for all the people that come from a time that I came from when mods were good. Yeah, that's screens you were dealing with. I mean, Sigeli and all that were one of the first mods that came out that did high wattage. When I first started vaping, they had things like Hannah mods that only went up to like 30 watts, 40 watts mods. So when these came out with the high wattage, this wasn't my first mod that I got. My first mod was an X Cube 2. But yeah, I always wanted a Sigelli, but yeah, there we are. Little screen, and most screens were like that back in the day. It was just how it was. Good times, good times. Oh yeah, actually, that's a lot better. That flavour is constant now. So, oh, I've got a big bubble. Come on. I did have a big bubble. I've just opened it another half a turn. So, since it was fully closed, it's been open 2 turns. That's nice as well. Just at 33 watts. Sorry. I can't remember if you could reverse the screen. Could you reverse the screen? What did I just do? Also, I just locked it then. So, yeah. You couldn't flip the screen on these. This is how it came. Come on. Come on, Henry. There we are. Looking good. So yeah, juice flow being open 2 full turns. That's wicking like a champ, and that juice as well. Basically like a fizzy lemon sherbet, lobotomy from Dark Star. I know how it tastes like, and even though that I've made it up sort of like slightly different, slightly more from scratch, um, I've made it up right nice, and it's been steeping for more or less a week. Tomorrow it'll be a week. Was it? You see, even I didn't know that, so I've been educated there. That is wicking. I'm just seeing if there's any bubbles. I know some people like bubbles or like to see bubbles. I do like to see bubbles. Looks like there's a bubble just there in the top. Or there, sorry, in the top just there. That's keeping up. I'm just going to open it. I'm going to see how far I can open the juice flow where I think, no, I don't want it open no more, or it's too much juice. So juice flow has been opened 2.5 times. That seems to be wicking. Another half a turn. So this is fully open. The juice flow is fully open. It doesn't open anymore, so that's fully open. So as you can see, that gap just there at the bottom of the chimney is it screwing up to increase that juice flow. And that's wicking good, fully open. Yeah. Nice little flavour banger, that. So I'm gonna obviously I'm drinking that citrus energy drink. I'm gonna pair this lemon with it. So let's have a pair. brings out the lemon more. Yeah, almost turns it into like a right sour lemon. Yeah, that pairs nice with that. Let me just blow my nose, guys. So, Dead Node, I'm just going to blow my nose and then I'll answer your question, my brother. So, I've forgotten what you call these chairs here. This was my father-in-law's chair, who's no longer with us. He died during COVID. I've forgotten what you call these chairs. Somebody said this chair, and the name has completely gone out of my chair. Is it a Winchester chair or something like that? But yes, so yeah, it's comfortable, really. I have got like a few cushions underneath the actual cushion just to elevate me a bit because it's a bit too low with its own cushion. But yeah, it's really it's real leather, and or is it a Chesterfield chair? I don't know, something like that. Anyway, something to that effect. Anyway, and yeah, it's comfy. It's real leather. Cleaned it up. It was really nice. He used to use it. Then it was at my stepdaughter's house for a bit, and obviously she didn't want it there, so I took it from her room basically. I used to use my rocking chair, which is just behind there, but because it's completely made out of wood and I'm sitting on cushions, eventually it was getting a bit annoying and a bit of a hard ass, a numb ass from it. So hence why I use this chair now. But yeah, yeah, this chair is proper comfortable. But yeah, thank you, Dead Node. Thank you. So it's been resting for a bit. Hasn't flooded. Flavor is nice, so it's definitely keeping up with the wicking. That's fine. Wattage is fine. Airflow fully open. Airflow fully open. I know that's slightly hard to see because it's a black tank, but yeah, airflow fully open. No, I don't know how much these chairs are worth. To be fair, I know they're not cheap, but I don't know exactly how much they are. But I know it is a proper one. It isn't just something that's made to look like it. Lovely little flavour banger. Now, back in the day, you didn't have a right wide variety of coils. It was either round wire, and round wire is still a good build for flavours and stuff like MTL and stuff. Round wire is still good. But you had stuff like round wire and Clapton wires and other sort of wire, like the wire that you got in there, which I think is a tiger wire. Is it a tiger wire or something like that? As a matter of fact, let's have a look. Because you get two with it anyway. So that's what the coils come in, which is comp wire, and I can't remember if that was a company or a coil builder. So it's got one of those zip seal bags, so which in a way I like because I don't really like bags that I have to rip open because I try and keep it as original as possible, even though I still use the tank. I like to keep all the spares original, and if I don't have to use them, I don't use them at all. But yeah, let's see if I can get into this, which I can't seem to get into. can't even get into it. Not a problem, Dead Node. Thanks for joining, my brother. I respect. Thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you. Thanks for joining. And like I say, if you're new or anything, I just stumbled on this video. If you like the content so far, please consider hitting that subscribe button and liking the video. So let's see if I can get you a close-up of this wire. So this is the coil that comes with it. And you do get two, I believe. Yeah, there's two in there. Oh, so this isn't even a tiger wire. It's more of a... This is a twisted wire. Are they both the same in there, or the one different? No, so they're both twisted wires. So you get two twisted wires in there. Just by the look of it, looks like 2.5mm RDA. So maybe I should have done mine 2.5mm RDA. But yeah, that's the coils that you get with it. But I never really use the coils that come with RTAs or RDAs. Hence, because I make my own coils, I'd rather just put one of my own coils in. A bit more satisfaction when you make your own coils, hence why I like doing it, why I've turned it into a business, because so many people have asked. So yeah, never really used the coils that are in there, so probably all of my tanks that I've ever got, if they've ever got coils in it, the coils are still in it. It's original like that. Let me get you back like that. That's even better. So boom, still going strong. Kicking out some right flavour there. Let me just refresh this, making sure I don't miss anything, guys. I appreciate you all. Thanks for so much for being here. Appreciate you all. Coil build didn't go to plan, even though I did get a coil, and flavour is good. Can't complain about that one bit. It just doesn't look pretty, and if you rewind, if you've just joined to the beginning where I start making it, you'll see why. But yeah, but that's more my prep work was a bit sloppy there. So yeah, with a more modern coil on there, that is still a really, really nice tank. And what better to pair it with an original Sigelli 150. So I think the first Sigelli that came out was a Sigelli 100 watt box mod, but the back plate wasn't magnetized. It had a screw at the top, I think, and a screw at the bottom, which was a bit of a pain in the arse when you wanted to change your batteries. You had to unscrew two screws. You had to have a screwdriver with you to change your batteries in there. It was still two 18650, but the back panel was fixed on by two screws. Yeah, same as you, Mr. Intense. Yeah, never use them. That's supplied. But like, I just do it just to keep everything original, really. That's how I like to keep most of my stuff. Yeah, still on 100% as well. So this is how we used to vape back in the day, guys. And then obviously when you got your more bigger tanks and stuff that you could build on a lot more, more exotic coils when they first started to come out. Because like I said, round wire stuff like just normal Claptons, maybe fuse Claptons. But then as the years went on, you had your aliens came out, then your staggered fuse Claptons and stags and stuff like that, and then ribbon wire builds as well, staple Claptons, stuff like that. So yeah, things started the time of vaping that I miss. You know, back in the day, it was a lot better. Hence why I'm a retro vape, and I've got a lot of retro stuff that I still use today, and I still swear by. Flavor-wise, it can handle probably most of what's out there today. Maybe not as top-notch as that, but enjoyable enough to keep going. I mean, like with this one, when I first started vaping it, yeah, I was like, it's all right, you know, but as I started getting a few more tanks in there, the coils were a bit more embedded. Flavor is pretty much not bad on this now that I've dialed my airflow in a bit. Yeah, flavor's good. Would it be the first thing I pick? No, but as a desk banger, flavor banger, yeah, just like this. And it's not flooding. It's wicking nicely. Can't complain. And tall tank as well. That's what tanks were like back in the day. They were really, really tall. Obviously, with that 22mm form or diameter, you did sometimes have a tall tanks. And if you had tanks that were slightly shorter, people used to love it because that with that more reduced chamber, obviously you get better flavor as well. But yeah, this takes me back. I don't think I had a serpent. Did I have a delta? A delta tank? And I can't remember if that was a sub-ohm or a rebuildable, but I'm sure Delta did a rebuildable. Was it the Delta tank? But there were so many out there. There was the Dipper that had like a top squonk that you pressed that shoot juice to your coils. There was the Conqueror, which was a bit of a arse to build on because it had like a collar around the thingy, so you had to build it and then sort of like push it down in there. I can't remember if I ever had one, to be fair. Nice little flavour banger. Right, guys. I'm going to share some pictures from the Faz's Coil group from people that have posted pictures that have said that I could use them. Now, just give me a second because I want to make sure that I get everything correct and right, which I'm hoping I have, which I think I have. Right, so this is from Nicky420. He sent a couple in of some coils and the device he was using, so let me put that on there. So these are some coils. I can't remember if he said these were staggered frame staples or it's just normal round wire in the center there with a staggered frame, but there's one of them. Here's the next one. Now, hang on a minute. Don't be skipping. So let me just zoom that in. That's a slightly better one just there. So let me go to this one now. Right, let me go back and just sort this out. Sorry guys, I've just messed up here. I don't want that like that. Come on, nice one, Faz. You had to mess it up, didn't you? Let me try and get this right here. No. Why is that not working? Right, let me start again, guys. Let me get that back on. Oh, no, it's still doing it. It's this that I want you to see. Oh, no, it's letting me do it. Come, let me do it like this, guys. So, I think that is Kennedy. Mac mod. Sorry if you're watching this, Nicky420. I've messed it up. Yeah, Kennedy with Kennedy Mac Vindicator, is it? With Kennedy on top. So I'm gonna try and not mess the next one up. So that's from Nicky420. So which one is this one? I believe this one is RDA.s and RTA's. I think he's just recently purchased this one. That looks really nice. That one, I think you were talking about earlier on with the Oasis and the Sidekick. Looks really nice together, that one, actually, to be fair. To say that I don't like stainless steel mech mods, that looks pretty sweet. And he's got the Emperor on the Odin just there. That looks like a sick setup, that does. And this one as well with the Bonza Pro RTA and the Bonza Pro Mech. Limited edition one. Looks really nice. The black and pink, the hammered look just there. And that's it from RDA.s and RTA's. Right, I need to make sure that I get these right as well. So this one is from Dan. He's on Instagram, D aka Sharpshooter. Go give him a follow because there's a few pictures in here that he takes, and some of them are of my coils that he bought. So go give him a follow on Instagram. D aka Sharpshooter. He does some amazing photos, like this one here with the Sidekick and the Kennedy on top of that. Where are we? So there's another one. I'm not going to mess around with the picture, guys, because I'm not going to mess it up. Just going to leave it the size that it is. So he's got a turnstone on there, which looks like the Turnstone RS with the Bonza Pro in single battery form and some juice there. So these are the ones he did of my coils. These are the ones that he custom ordered, which is basically what I've got in here. Because I've never made them before, I said, let me make some and test them out and get back to you, which is basically what I've got in here, which is 26 gauge, wrapped in 36 gauge 4-core stags, 5 wraps, 3mm, dual coil 008. A lot easier to make when that thickness of wire, and his photography is just absolutely amazing. No, I don't want to do that. So there's another one, and like I say, I don't want to change it too much. There's another close-up just there. And also it's weird seeing my coils as well on somebody's post. So that is from Dan. So like I say, Instagram, D aka Sharpshooter. Go give him a follow, guys. He has some amazing photography. Right, I hope I don't get this one wrong. I think this one is from Dead Node. Dead Node, if you're still in, my brother, correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, I think this one's from Dead Node. He's got the Emperor on a Shinobi Hog. Looks like that one is the mech. I know the mech. The name's not coming up. Oh, the name. Anyway, let me come back to that. The name might pop up, and then he looks like he's got the Orion Pro there with the Orion RBA. Not the Snowflake. Is it something Snow? Is it Snow Mods? Swordfish, that's it, Swordfish. Swordfish mech there, and I don't know what that RDA there is. Is that the Anunnaki RDA? And some juice there. But yeah. I think that is that the Swordfish V2, but anyway, yeah, the Swordfish just there. And some juice there. So forgive me if I got that wrong, but I'm pretty sure that is Dead Node's picture. And one from Jeevan. I don't know if you're still in, my brother, but if you catch the replay, I know you had this one in here. So this one, I think is this the mod maker mod, or what's it called now? I've forgotten now. Again, I've forgotten the name of the mod, but I know it's the one from Mod Maker, which always reminds me of a, sort of like a Vindicator. What's it called? Can't remember what it's called, but it looks as if it's either got a Turnstone RS on there. I can't remember if the Mod Maker mech mod was 25mm or 30mm, or what's it called? Revival, that's it, Tim MZ. Thank you, the Revival. So that one's from Jeevan. Thanks for being here as well, Tim MZ. I don't know if you've said hello and I've missed you, but thanks for being here, my brother. And yeah, that's all I have for you this week. There is a link pinned to the chat for Faz's Coil group. Even if you're not buying coils, it's a nice group to just hang out, chat about old school mods, post pictures and stuff, get a bit of behind the scenes action that won't make social media, and stuff that will make social media, updates on coils and stuff and prices and stuff. You'll hear about it first on there before it hits social media as well. So like I say, yeah, you just got here, my brother. So I'm vaping on the OG Serpent by Matt from Suck My Mod, and I've got it on top of Sigeli 150 original, just like that. That's what I've done today. Right, guys, just let me go get another energy drink. Just so I'm not finishing too early. Let's have a look. I'll be back in a second, guys.
We trust me, it gets more than a game. Call sight, flavor on blast, living that vape life, building fast.
Guys, I'm so stupid. Oh, come on, why is this behaving like this? Come on. Don't need it. There we are. So stupid, guys. I brought the drink in with me when I brought the other one in because they've been in the freezer, so it's still nice and cold. So it's the same what I've been drinking, just an energy drink. It's not that I don't have an alcoholic drink, it's just that I don't fancy a drink. So, like I say, it'll be for another live stream, but I'm just drinking these Relentless White Citrus, something different, because I don't like Monster, it's too sweet. And Relentless is probably my second favourite energy drink next to Red Bull, like I've said, but Red Bull's too expensive. And these are nice and cheap. I don't like a sweet energy drink, even though these are sweet because they're citrus flavor blast ones. But compared to a Monster, wow. That's just like Sugar Town, that. This is wicking like a champ. Can't complain about the wicking. No flooding, no gurgling. Apart from me overfilling it and it going down the chimney. Apart from that. And I've got the juice flow. So yeah, 10 years ago this tank did have juice flow, and top probably one of the first that started doing the top fill method. But yeah, it does have juice flow. Juice flow's all the way open, which is controlled by this ring just at the top here, which extends and makes the chimney go up and down for the flavor. Not the flavor, the juice flow control. Nice little flavor banger. Can't complain about the flavor at all, especially with the modern coil in there. Keeping up, and I like how old school it is with the window on each side, which is like it is. I don't know if some of you guys remembered like the old Kanga aero tanks and stuff like that. You could when they used to come, I think they used to be like something like 15mm or 18mm tanks, and you had a glass version or you had like a metal sleeve version. So even though the metal sleeve version did look nice and sick and good, you couldn't see your juice. Or you had tanks that weirdly just had windows at the top, which was weird because you needed the windows at the bottom to see your juice. There was tanks like that were a bit weird like that. But yeah, tanks back in the days, yeah, I really miss it. And back then we thought it was the bloody shit. You know what I mean? These bloody Kanga Aero tanks and stuff like that. And then the more bigger tanks came out, like the Nautilus, which I do actually have one that I got in a bundle off a friend of old vape stuff. Nautilus Mini, then the Atlantis tanks, they came out. Aspire, what was it from Aspire? Was it Aspire? Yeah, Aspire Atlantis and the thingy, and then Kangatech was the Subtank Mini, which I do actually have just there. Let me just get that focus just back there, and then you'll see it just there. So I do have one there with a V2 RBA, so I might build that one day. But that's my original V1 tank where you filled it from the bottom, not the top. But that's one of my original, that is my original tank from back in the day. That Kangatech one just there, the sub-ohm tank, or sub-tank. Or sub-tank mini to be exact, because they did do a sub-tank plus tank, which was a lot bigger. I never got a chance to get one of them. But yeah, this was a sub-tank mini, and then they brought out a smaller one, which wasn't, I think that was 18mm sub-tank nano, them like that. Old tanks like that, which is what you used to vape and stuff like this, stuff from Heracles, the Heracles tank, tanks from Aspire did good. iJoy as well. They did those iClear tanks with the wicks that came down, and we used to like them as well. Flipping it. It's amazing what you thought was the shit back in the day, and then you like now, and you're like, wow, what the shit that we've got now is blows that shit back then back in the day, or some of those things back in the day out of the water the way they used to wick. But there was more modders as well back in the day as well. So, you know, people used to do things like if you had an RDA that you didn't like the airflow or the airflow was too tight, people used to drill out the barrels and stuff to make the airflow a lot better so they could do more sub-ohm or super sub-ohm builds for cloud comps and stuff like that, or just clouds, basically. I used to do it, to be fair. Used to use 20 gauge wire just to get as low as I could on a dual coil, on a dual battery mech, to be exact, not on a single battery mech. But yeah, stuff we used to do back in the day was brilliant. And then obviously juice as well. We used to make our own juice. I didn't, because it's not something that I found a bit too complicated for my head. Yeah, the Pro Tank too, yeah. Yeah, I think back then, didn't Rip Trippers used to show you how to build those coils, because they were right thin stick coils, and you could actually rebuild them if you knew how to do it. But yeah, all those tanks back in the day, wow. And I had a few. I went down a rabbit hole, but about 6 months later to 8 months, I was using a mech and an RDA. I still had my first mech, which was a Nemesis clone. There weren't many authentics, or when there were, they were too expensive for me to get. I did have Mutation X V1 RDA. I don't know what's happened to that, but I might be able to get one off a website, which I'm not going to mention because I don't want YouTube to give me a strike or anything. But there is a website where they do a V1 pretty cheap. So I might actually get one just so I've got one in my collection as sort of like part of my first experience into mechs and RDAs. I would have liked to have maybe my original RDA, but I don't know where that went. But I do have my original mech thingy, and I can't even remember if the RDA was a clone as well or if it was an authentic. But yeah, that was my first taste of an RDA in a mech, was a Nemesis and a Mutation X RDA V1. Yeah, 18mm. I think they were, Mr. Intense. Yeah, they were a smaller tank. I know that much. And you guys have got it all. Thingy, I know I keep banging on about it, but back in the day, you were dealing with a triple post hole design with a center post that used to spin as well if you built too low, because it'd melt the insulator, and the insulators were like plastic basically back in the day. So if you melt the insulator, your RDA was useless. Really, you couldn't really build on it because it'd short. Post holes as well were big, but the screws that went down were hollow. So you used to be able to break your wire and everything. So you'd get it all set up, get your last screw down, and you break it, and then have to build it all again. That was a pain in the backside. Before those RDAs that came out that just had the solid thingy that the screw used to hit. So something like the Velocity. I always bang on about the Velocity RDA, which I do have. And I do have a Mini, which is a clone because I know they didn't bring out a Mini. But that was one of the first RDAs that made it newbie friendly for builders as well, to build on as well, because they were easy to build on. The Velocity post. And then everybody used to copy it in RTAs and other RDAs. It was a very popular deck of choice to build on before you got your postless decks and stuff like that. Sorry if I'm rambling on, guys. It's just nice to vape something from back in the day that probably either was good with a certain build, but still performs good with a modern build on there. And I like the fact that they've got nice size post holes to put a decent coil in there if you want to put it in there, not necessarily just right small post holes that you can only put round wire and stuff in there. I like that. I like the fact that it's old school, 22mm and tall, because most tanks back then were tall. Back then it's got juice flow control, which I like. Top fill, perfect. Nice airflow, not honeycomb airflow. I mean, you probably can't hear it. I mean, it's not whistly, but it's noisy. Maybe it's my coil placement, which it probably is, but I'd say there's a slight bit of turbulence there with the airflow. But it doesn't take away from that nostalgic experience of vaping, but vaping it sort of like in a, you know, like when people make cars more modern and stuff, it's a bit like that with old school or retro vaping, which is what I like, and I can get it cheap as well, being a retro vaper. I mean, not saying that I don't have a few new bits that I do treat myself with, but being a retro vaper, you can pick up some right good old school stuff pretty cheap. Flavour is banging on there. It's wicked nice, going nice. Still at 33 watts. Still at 100% as well, I think. Yeah, still at 100%. I mean, it probably is a bit overkill. A dual battery for this, because probably you'll have battery life for ages, but I don't have a regulated small device which I can use it on, but I have seen a couple of things online that's going pretty cheap, and hopefully if I don't miss out on them, I will get it. And they're regulated but single battery devices, old school devices as well, that I'm hoping that I might be able to get my hands on to add to my collection as well from back in the day, like I have with probably the past 2 weeks with the Mage and obviously this. I'm always looking for stuff right cheap that I can add to my collection, which I know is either good. I mean, it might look good, but if it's one of those things where I can find online which it wasn't too hot or there's not many reviews on it, you can probably tell that people haven't bought it and liked it. So I won't really add that unless it's something that I remember, which I'm not bothered whether it has got good flavour or not. I've got it. Hence, like, anybody remember the Turbo RDA that sounded like a kazoo? Now, I've got one of them. I've got one that I use that I did actually cut the fan out of, that I do actually use every now and then as a bit of nostalgia, but I do have a brand new black one with the fan that hasn't been cut out, but that used to sound like a kazoo, the Turbo. That was a gimmick, but it was good for cloud comps and stuff, but flavour on it wasn't too hot on it. But I do have one of them in my collection, just because I like the idea. It was a gimmick thing back in the day. I mean, for 33 watts, single coil, I mean, it's not like big clouds, but you're getting a good vapor production from it. And it's still wicking and juice is going down like a champ. So, yeah, it's not flooding at all. It's just what I would call a flavour banger from back in the day. One that I think I did a couple of thingies back, where I did a round wire build, was the Veritas RDA, which had a really unique deck. And you could probably only put round wire in it, but even with a round wire build, absolute flavour banger of an RDA. and that's an old school. That's just putting a simple round wire build on there. You can do it in single coil or dual coil, although dual coil is a bit of a bastard to do in it, but it is doable. But a single coil in that, you know, some good juice, flavor banger of an RDA is the Veritas. I don't know if anybody remembers that one. I'm just going to blow my nose, guys. And I'm back. Lee sweating them. Hang on a minute, Lee sweating them. Let me try and so the one where you vaped through cola. So are you talking about what I've been vaping through, that cherry cola? Is that what you're talking about? Was the biggest gimmick, but I can't remember the name. Or are you talking like a hooker device, which was similar like that, and instead of you putting water, you put cola in it and vape through it? I know Aspire brought out like a hooker thing. I can't remember the name of it. But yeah. Sorry, Lee, I didn't understand that. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, or maybe I'm just stupid. You know, it is known by people. So yeah, that's delicious, that. And again, with the Mage, after having, you know, dialing it in and breaking in those coils that I had in there from last week's stream, yeah, flavor's all right on it. It's not great, but it's, yeah, I could taste the juice. I know what it tastes like. I don't know what you mean, Lee, to be fair. Or I'm not just understanding it, or I don't remember something being. I remember, like I said to you, there's few companies did like a hooker version. I know Aspire did one, which I can't remember what that one was, but I remember Aspire doing something like a hooker, and you put the juice in it at the top. So yeah, with this one, yeah, maybe I'm not just understanding it. Maybe if I knew the name, I might understand or I might have heard of it. But yeah. So anyway, like I was just saying just here, I did use this in just RDA form, but yeah, I went back to the tank form because of the way it's set up in there and the way the bottom airflow works. I was constantly over dripping in there and it was pissing out the bottom. So in RDA form with this particular setup and the way the deck's set up, it's more of a pop and paint sort of an RDA. So yeah, it definitely works in the tank underneath like sort of a RDTA. I'm not going to get in what you think an RDTA is. But yeah, that's what it says on the box, a combo, the Mage Combo RDTA. And yeah, like I say, nostalgic. I know the juice that's in it, and I know what it should taste like in a good RDA, and it just tastes just as good. I'd say probably about 75-80% of what it is. Normally, it's probably, I'd say 70% of the flavor compared to a more modern RDA. And still using the Bonza. I haven't cleaned it up. I'm quite liking the patina on it a bit, but I probably will get fed up with it and end up polishing it up again. That with the OG Turnstone. Got those 008 4-core stags on there. That Dead Note thingy, the ones that I've got I was testing. Just to get the resistance right for me, wanting something around that range. 008. Which is what these came out to. So they were custom made for him. And yeah, flavors thingy, and it's banging. I mean, don't get me wrong, your 21700 battery doesn't last as long, but yeah, still kicks ass if you've got plenty of 21700s. But I'm too afraid of dropping this, so it hasn't been outside really. I mean, it might have been out in the garden with me, but apart from that, it hasn't left the house really. I'm afraid of dropping it and denting it and stuff. Hitting like a champ. I really like that, guys. I'm glad I've added that to my thingy. And not to put too much emphasis on it, if you look back, Mr. Intense did put in the chat where it was and how much it was, which is what I got. So yeah, hence why I've added it, because it was cheap enough, and like I say, it was a good RTA back in the day, single coil RTA. And I don't have many single coil RTAs. I do actually have a Serpent Elevate again from Watofo and Matt from SMN, or Suck My Mod, you might know him as. I do have that one, which is a single coil, and I do have a Ghoul RDA, which is a single coil. Goblin Mini V3, which is a single coil RTA, but I don't have many single coil thingy. I might actually do the Goblin Mini V3 next time. That's another little flavor banger from back in the day. Yeah, I think I saw your post, Tim, on social media about your tanks. Yeah, I did that the other day. I had, I can't remember if I posted it in the group, but yeah, I did a cleanup of tanks and stuff. But yeah, I enjoy doing it. I like getting them all clean and all back in where they should be, whether it's back in the boxes or those clear tubs that I have on display. Yeah, as well as doing other stuff with the coil business. Like I say, there is a link pinned to the chat that you can do. And I know I keep forgetting to do it, but once the live is finished and I've done a bit of editing before I go to bed, because I cut out the intro, I get it to the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'll try and put a link in the comments as well to the thingy. Or alternatively, I think the reason why I don't do it is you can find it in the description of this video, and also on my main page of my YouTube, there's links to that Faz's Coil group. So, like I've said before, you can contact me for buying coils or custom coils, or even if you're not buying coils, it's a nice place to hang out and everything. You know, we talk about old shit, we post stuff, we have chats and stuff and all that. It's a nice place to be. And plus, like I say, you get a bit of behind the scenes, what I'm doing behind the scenes that doesn't make social media, and stuff about coils and stuff you'll get to know in there before it hits social media. I know I sound like a parrot saying that, but yeah. But same again, if you've been watching this or you're new, welcome to all my new subscribers. If you're not subscribed and you like the content, please consider hitting that subscribe button, setting your bell to all, so you're always alerted when I upload anything. or post anything and everything. And if you like it, hit the like button, comment and share as well, because YouTube doesn't like us vape streamers. The E-Pro Fusion. I'll have to take a look at that. I don't know if I've seen that one before. Is that is that an RTA or a sub-ohm tank, Lee? Just let me move this over here, then I'm not thinking. I know I'm looking down, but just let me move it over here so it's a bit easier for me. It's dual flavor. Okay. Let me have a quick search here. I don't know why that's done that. P-R-O. Come on, you just come up. I'm just checking, guys. You just come up. Anything come up saying no result for that one you just said. Why does it keep doing that? I don't want that. I want that, what I've spelt. I can't find it. I'll have a proper look next time, see what that is all about. I'm having trouble finding it at the moment. Right, guys, I've been going on for 5 hours now, so I think I'm going to cut it there. Like I've said before, don't forget to like and subscribe, comment and share. Hit that subscribe button if you like the content. If you just stumbled across it, don't forget to hit that like button. Click the link as well to Faz's Coils. Get in that group and everything. I sell coils as well as showing you how to make them. So if you can't be bothered with all that stuff, obviously hit me up and I might be able to make you some coils as well. Nearly choking there. All that good stuff as well. I'm here every week, every Tuesday, without fail, unless something comes up. 8 p.m. UK time on YouTube. I go live every week where I'll build a coil. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't go well, like today, even though I got a coil out of it. Go through what I'm doing, try something retro that I haven't built yet see how that goes. Like I say, maybe next week I'll do the Goblin Mini V3 RTA. That's another little flavour banger as well. Oh, I've never seen that kit. Minister 10's found it. I'll have to Google that. In fact, oh right. I've just seen some images of that. Wow. That is a weird looking motherfucker, that little tiny mod, and then a big, massive, long tank. You're welcome, Dion. Fuck me, that's like a box mod with a big stacked flipping mech on it. Wow. If my phone wasn't set up the way it was, I'd save it, send it to my phone, and put it on the screen. But maybe for next week, I might actually do that for next week. But yeah, wow. Like I say, it's like a small box mod with a double stack mech as the tank. That's how tall the tank is on top. Wow. Wow. Imagine bloody pulling that out. Somebody would think that was a weapon. Flipping it. Wow. I'm curious to see if they're still available. I might add one to my collection just to say that I've fucking got one. Wow. Wow. But yeah, guys, I'll leave it there, guys. Thanks for joining. I hope you enjoyed the content. Love and appreciate each and every one of you guys. Thank you so much for your love and the support of the channel, of my new coil business. I appreciate all of you, even the ones that don't buy. Like I say, I appreciate you all because even if you like, comment, and share one of my posts on social media where my coils are involved, I still appreciate you all, because a like, a comment, or even a share means a lot, because people will see that it's been liked and people are commenting on it and stuff like that. I appreciate you all, even if you're not actually buying coils. I appreciate and love each and every one of you. I love you all, and I will see you hopefully next week on the next one. And you'll see what I'm doing behind the scenes if you're in that Faz's Coil WhatsApp group as well. So hit that link. So I've got a couple of clicks. As always, I don't normally tell you past couple of thingies. But yeah, I'll leave it there, guys. I will see you guys next week. Love and respect. And I will speak to you guys very, very soon. Thanks for joining. Love and respect, guys. Big love as always. And I'll see you on the next one.